Good afternoon and welcome. City of Lamarque City Council Special Agenda of April 22nd, 2024. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a special meeting on April 22nd, 2024, beginning at 3 p.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with Section 551.127 of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public, and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order, and before we allow Mr. Smith to gavel the Economic Development Corporation into order, we will ask Kiera to present us with a roll call.
Absolutely. Councilmember District A.
Present.
Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
And Mayor.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Nance. We are delighted to have again with us in a joint meeting our Economic Development Corporation, whose chairman is Mr. Gene Smith. Welcome, Mr. Smith. I believe I recognize two other members of your body, so therefore you also have a quorum. So at this time, we will allow you to gavel your meeting into order.
Okay, at this time, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank everybody for inviting us to this joint meeting. We'll call to order the Economic Development meeting for April the 24th at City Hall. Show 3 members present, Mr. Osteen, Tracy, and myself. Thank you.
Thank you. We move now to presentations. I believe, Mr. Getty, we are going to move into executive session. Is that correct? And so we move past presentations into now item 4, executive session. The City Council for the City of Lamarque, Texas reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during this meeting to discuss any of the matters listed above as authorized by the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney. 551.072, deliberations about real property. 551.073, deliberations about gifts and donations. 551.074, personnel matters. 551.076, deliberations about security devices. And 551.087, economic development. Today, the council and the Economic Development Corporation will convene executive session for Section 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations to discuss or deliberate the offer of a financial or other incentive to a business prospect described in subdivision 1 of the Texas Government Code 551.087. So we will close our special meeting at
3:08.
and we will recess into our executive session. We will return hopefully shortly. We are dismissed. Good afternoon. We are returning from our executive session. We we're currently having a special meeting with the Economic Development Corporation. And so we're back from executive session. We are reconvening the special meeting at
5:52.
5:52. We're now council at item 5, actions taken from executive session. 5.1, section 551.087, deliberations regarding economic development negotiations to discuss or deliberate the offer of a financial or other incentive to a business prospect described by subdivision 1 of the Texas Government Code. Council, do we have any action that we would like to take at this time? Hearing none, and seeing that we have 2 out of our, would you like to come? Chairman Smith will then adjourn his meeting. Since you still have a quorum, sir, and then we will adjourn our meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, EDC will adjourn our meeting.
Very good. At this time, before we entertain a motion to adjourn, let the record reflect, and certainly for the knowledge of those of you that are here today, we were in an executive session. Council will adjourn. We will take a 10 to 15-minute break to eat. And then we will reconvene perhaps 5 minutes after to start our regular scheduled meeting. And so bear with us. Thank you for your patience as we move through the city's business today. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned. Good evening, and again, we thank you for your patience. Council was in an executive session that ended, and after a break, council has reconvened for our regularly scheduled meeting tonight. Welcome. City of Lamarck, City Council regular agenda of April 22nd, 2024. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarck, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on April 22nd, 2024, beginning at 6 p.m. at Council Chambers, 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarck, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with Section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarck City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarck, Texas. This location will be open to the public, and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Ms. Nance, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A. Present. Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C is not with us at the moment. Councilmember District D
Present.
and Mayor.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Nance. Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Allred was in attendance earlier at our executive session, but she is under the weather, and so our thoughts and prayers are with her tonight. At this time, we would like to ask Councilwoman Yancey to lead us in our invocation and Councilmember Ross to lead us in our pledge. Let's stand if you're able.
Father God, we come to you today thanking you for a wonderful, beautiful Monday. We thank you for our life and liberty and our health, God. We pray now that you would give us wisdom as we make the best decisions for your people. We bless our city, we bless our state, and we bless our nation. We ask, God, that you continue to protect us, help our children, and most of all, protect us. And God, we ask that you show us how to love one another, show us how to be kind to one another, show us how to forgive one another so that we can be more like you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have 3 proclamations tonight. They're a member of the RCC organization for this. Hello and welcome. Would you introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Jessica Rhodes. I am the Community and Outreach and Prevention Coordinator for the Resource and Crisis Center of Galveston County.
Very good, thank you. We are, as a council, as a community, we are acknowledging Crimes Victims Week. So we thank you for being here, and certainly we thank you and your organization for all of the work that you have done on behalf of our community and those members who unfortunately are victims of crime. Office of the Mayor for the City of Lamarck proclamation, whereas surviving a crime can have a myriad of lasting effect on victims, including physical, psychological, social, financial. Whereas we know that countless survivors never tell anyone about what happened to them. Whereas each of us has a moral responsibility to actively participate in the healing of others. And whereas it is necessary to create safe environments for survivors of crime, providing not only support, but also access to critical services, and above all, hope. Whereas victim service providers, community members, businesses, places of worship, colleagues, neighbors, and family members are capable of providing victim-centered, trauma-informed, and culturally responsive support. Whereas we must listen to survivors and be willing to create new options for support to ensure that all victims of crime can receive help and seek justice. Whereas we must do everything we can to show survivors that hope, the belief that the future will be better, is not just tangible, but within our reach. Whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week encourages all people to ask themselves the question, how would you help a victim of crime? And whereas Resource and Crisis Center of Galveston County that is hereby dedicated to raising awareness of options, services, and hope for crime survivors. Now therefore, we, the mayor and the city council, by virtue of the authority vested by the city of Lamarck, Texas, do hereby proclaim the week of April 21st through April 27th, 2024 as Crime Victims Week, reaffirming the city's commitment to creating a victim service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime during Crime Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year, and expressing our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so that they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. In testimony whereof, witness my hand, the seal of the city of Lamarck, this 22nd day of April, 2024, Keith Bell, Mayor. Let's give this RCC organization a round of applause. And on behalf of the RCC, you may certainly offer comments at this time.
I would like to thank you guys, the council members. Thank you. Thank you, very tall person. I would like to thank the council members as well as the city of Lamarck and Mayor Keith Bell for your support in our organization and our mission to end domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, and child abuse in the community. Thank you so much.
Drinking water.
I got a couple members back here.
All right. These are the real guys. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. Brandon, are you coming?
Oh.
All right. Well, certainly we thank always our Public Works Department for keeping us safe. One of the ways that they keep us safe is to provide safe and healthy drinking water. Brent, we kid Brent a lot, but he is certainly a representative of ADCO, an engineering firm that helps our city to design and implement these necessary actions to continue to ensure that our drinking water is safe. So we thank all of you for representing what we need done to keep our drinking water safe. So on behalf of this council, office of the mayor for the city of Lamarck proclamation, whereas water is our most valuable natural resource, drinking water serves a vital role in daily life, serving an essential purpose to health, hydration, and hygiene needs for the quality of life of our citizens. Whereas the hard work performed by the entire water sector, designing capital projects, operators ensuring safety and quality of drinking water, or a member of a pipe crew maintaining the infrastructure the community relies on to transport quality drinking water from its source to the consumer's tap. And whereas we are all stewards of the water and infrastructure upon which current and future generations depend. Now be it resolved that the city of Lamarck and its citizens are called upon to help protect our source of waters from pollution, practice of water conservation, and to get involved with their water by familiarizing themselves with it. Now therefore, we, the mayor and city council, do hereby proclaim May 5th through 11th, 2024 as Drinking Water Week in the city of Lamarck, and do hereby urge everyone in the community to strengthen their knowledge on water infrastructure. Testimony whereof within my hand, the seal of the city of Lamarck, Texas, this 17th day of April 2024, Keith Bell, Mayor. Again, let's give ADCO and our Public Works Department a round of applause. While this is very, very simple, and granted today, we don't take this for granted. Because we realize that if it had not been for Rick and our Public Works Department, ADCO and the engineering firm, we would not be as sure about our ability to digest water in our city. There are other cities across this country that aren't as sure as we have been for so many years. That's because of our Public Works Department and those partners that we have in our city. Brent, would you like to say something on behalf of ADCO?
Sure. I'd start with myself as a civil engineer, I've always prided myself in ensuring that I do a good job to improve people's lives. And Lamarck is a city that I really enjoy working in because I see the fruits of my labor. So we take pride in what we do, and we certainly enjoy what we do as well. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, sir.
Couple of introductions real quick. Dan Bro here on my left is the superintendent of water operations. He actually oversees water, wastewater, and we've recently given stormwater, so we've got a lot on his plate. Mark Salcedo has been with the city 8 years, 9, pushing. He's our water system lead operator, maintains basically the water infrastructure in general, all the storage tanks, pumps. We do have 3 water tanks in the city. We have for emergency use. He oversees those. I had a couple other people coming. That was actually the field crew, but guess what? They're out on a water lead. So they did not make it. But Amanda Hobby was with the city 16 years, going on 17 years. She oversees all the field operations, and Oscar Bosque Alas is a foreman on that crew, and unfortunately, I said they're not here, but between this team, we maintain this drinking water system to make sure everybody's tap opens up and has water every day.
This is not Flint, Michigan.
No, it's not.
I believe though, Shannon Rowe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
We've heard that name before here recently, right? He is, did you win an award here or did you get a scholarship or something like that?
He's going to web leadership.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought.
Part of the Water Leadership Institute.
Water Leadership Institute. Excellent, excellent. Congratulations. I'm glad that we had a chance to say this to you. Would you like to give us a speech? No, I'm just kidding. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Lemonade Day. Who was that? Oh, it's Andy. I believe you are lemonade. You're like one of those famous entertainers that come up to get all the Grammys. Andy's always up here receiving the proclamation. So certainly, May 4th of this year, we will celebrate citywide, I believe countywide, pretty much countywide, Lemonade Day, which is an annual day that the young people of our community decide to become entrepreneurs. And the way that they do that is they set up lemonade stands all across our city and any other city that we state. It allows them to learn entrepreneurship. It allows them to be industrious. And it allows us to support them in that effort. It is important for our community, especially our young people, to understand and know entrepreneurship and business, and how our financial system and our financial institutions function. And so we are excited about being a part of this, and we look forward to all of you stopping by a lemonade stand or two in our city, perhaps 3, and purchasing lemonade. It will be a hot day, perhaps breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They would definitely appreciate it. So from the office of the mayor for the city of Lamarck, proclamation, whereas Lemonade Day is an annual event that empowers youth to learn entrepreneurial skills through operation of lemonade stands, whereas Lemonade Day encourages creativity, responsibility, and financial literacy among children and adults. And whereas Lemonade Day fosters community engagement by encouraging participants to set up stands in their neighborhoods and public spaces, and thereby enhancing social interaction and local economies. And whereas Lemonade Day provides an opportunity for participants to develop valuable skills such as budget, marketing, customer service, and in a fun and practical way. Whereas Lemonade Day instills in its participants the importance of philanthropy by encouraging them to donate a portion of their profits to charitable causes. Now therefore, we, the mayor and city council, by virtue of the authority vested by the city of Lamarck, Texas, do hereby proclaim May 4th, 2024 as Lemonade Day, and testimony whereof witness my hand and the seal of the city of Lamarck, this 22nd day of April, 2024, Bell Mayor. Let's give a hand for the young people.
We know we're gonna get exciting times that line, and again, we encourage you all to visit, eliminate, stand here.
Just to let you know, we still have some giveaway bags for signups for Lemonade Day. They're in my office at the library. If you know someone who would like to sign up and have a lemonade stand, they're welcome to come by the library and we can help you through that process. Yes.
Great.
Okay, we are now going to move some things around. We are going to have a presentation from the Collaborate Group on the Vision 2050 plan, followed by an item of business with the TERS number 2 board request, and then we will fall back in line with the regularly scheduled agenda. So at this time, we are going to welcome the Collaborate Group who will lead us in our Vision 2050 plan. Welcome, gentlemen. If you would give us your name and your position with the organization before you begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Saul Valentine. I am founder and CEO of Collaborate. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us, Mayor, City Council. We appreciate being here. I'm Chris Kay, and I'm a principal with Collaborate, and I'm a planner and architect.
Very good.
So brought a brief presentation about the company. Just want to share with you today. Let's see if I can figure out how to work this. Okay, so we'll talk a little bit about the company and the core team that we submitted a response to proposal for planning and visioning for your strategic plan 2050. And we'll touch on services experience and then just close with any questions everyone might have. About us, we were founded in 2011. We're Texas-based. We're founded in Houston, Texas. We're a minority business, professional services. We have offices throughout Texas, San Antonio, Dallas, Austin, and we're a group of architects and planners. We're licensed in 47 states across the country, and we specialize in small city and town planning and architecture, primarily public assembly, education, and healthcare. With you today, Sal and I, the rest of the team is pictured there that was on the proposal. We have landscapers, architects, attorneys, real estate experts, economists, and city planners. So it's a multidisciplinary team approach that we take on every strategic plan we work on. The services that encompass the request, which was provide a strategic plan that leads to a transformative, actionable vision for Marque, primarily includes with community engagement, which is a core value in our company. We believe that engaging and collaborating with the community is critical in order to develop a vision. And then, of course, planning, visioning, and then the brand identity that goes with the visioning. We will build on the good work that you've already done, and we'll assess and update your current plans and then expand on them with the changes since your last plan, which was back in 2015. Just some very recent examples. We've done about 200 assignments in Texas having to do with city planning. 80 plus projects are city and county governments. That equals to about 2.7 billion in architecture and planning and development. One of the differentiators about our firm is we are collaborative, we are integrated. So we do the planning, and then we can also, of course, execute on the planning. So we produce long-term strategies that position communities for success. The projects there, Sugarland Town Center, Memorial City, Dickinson Towns, the new Dickinson Bayou Place, and then Port Arthur. So all of those are projects that are underway. The mission for this particular proposal for us is to help you identify a vision that serves as the catalyst for social and economic transformation, and to do it in a way that is executable. So with that, I'll stop and thank you again. Open for any questions.
Very good. Council, do we have any questions for this organization?
So did you say that you're going to be able to, I'm sorry, you said that you will do surveys of our residents? Did you say that?
Yes,
Okay.
we have a number of meetings that are scheduled that was in the proposal. So we will send out a survey to your community. We will also arrange for town hall meetings
Okay.
and get an opportunity to meet everyone and then interviewing them and discuss what you've already done, how that went, as far as what you thought was going to happen, and then move forward with what they'd like to see. And we will record, and we'll also hopefully be able to interview you guys as well.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Also, I just wanted to note that this is an item on the agenda for your consideration tonight.
Yeah, we're going to bring it up.
Just to remind you also, you have that.
Facilities usage study, would that be a part?
Absolutely.
Could you briefly, just for those of us that are watching tonight, could you briefly explain what a facilities usage study?
So so there are many different parts of the city, obviously. We'll assess each one of your main departments, and from a real estate perspective, get an understanding of what your growth plans are, what the efficiencies are, and we'll factor that into the overall strategy. So for example, if the community sentiment was that you needed a new police station, a new fire or additional fire station because of demand, because of growth, or if you needed a community center, those would be plugged in to the overall strategy as priority projects. So we'll rank the projects.
I also want to add that we understand what we bring to the table as a firm is we understand this equation from both sides. So not only are we able to plan and figure out the needed, but we also participate and have done many projects on the architecture side and deliver through construction closeout. So we understand not only the planning, but how it affects the delivery process and all the way to the end. That's not what we're doing here. We're only doing the planning component, but we bring that whole knowledge to the equation.
So I heard you say, I thought I heard you say, if the community would express the desire to have a new police or fire station, would you also then assess the functionality of a current police or fire station?
Absolutely. I think that's part of it. I think when we walk, not only, we'll also look at traffic flow. We'll look at a number of different things. We'll look at the condition of the public spaces, sidewalks, streets, curbs, just from at a high level perspective, to see what type of infrastructure is in place. How does it compare to best practices with other communities, and comment on it.
So then my last question along that line. So there are several things that are happening in our city right now, or that will happen during your time here. A street study is something that I assume will be completed, but perhaps not by you. So will you have the ability to incorporate? There has already been preliminary designs on a potential police station. Would you have the ability to, because we don't want to spend money twice, right? So if in fact there are things, stormwater study that may be on the horizon, whatever these things are, you're suggesting that you have the ability to incorporate those so that we don't spend money twice.
Correct. We would, if those are in progress or have been recently completed and approved, would definitely, that's part of the interview process. We want to know about them and incorporate them in the overall strategic plan, thinking vision, et cetera, because there is a certain forecast that will go along with that visioning.
The idea is to have a holistic plan.
Very good. Council, do we have any questions?
Does any of your planning also help the ideas of doing revitalization in areas that need to be uplifted, not really built out?
I think the community engagement and us being able to get familiar with the community will show a lot of that. Part of many cities in Texas have an issue with growth and urban sprawl. So they've lost their urban center. They may not have all the determinants of social determinants of well-being. And part of, I think, the visioning and the strategy that we bring is bringing those 5 determinants of well-being together, identifying what you have, what you don't have, how it fits together, and how we can create a sense of place in the community. So yeah, the answer is yes.
Council, do we have any more questions for Collaborate? Hearing none, I believe we ought move item 8, 9. Item 8 and 9 up for consideration while we are on this topic. Council, without objection, item 8, 9.
That's 8:14.
8:14. 8:14, thank you. 8:14. There it is. Okay. Vision 2050 Award, RFP, discussion possible action regarding awarding a request for proposal to Collaborate for completion of Vision 2050 plan. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
What was, I'm sorry, Mayor, just
Yes, sir.
catch up on some stuff.
It's 8:14.
8:14.
Yes, sir.
Now, what's the value of the contract?
Slightly over, just under 41,000 EDC, authorized for up to 40,000. And I believe the proposal came in almost 41,000. So it's within the range.
Correct. As I recall, it was ETC.
Yes.
Yes. All right, very good. Thank you.
Hearing no further discussion, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, gentlemen. And I believe, Ms. Nance, you have requested that we move the, what's that, 811?
Yes, sir. There are members of the TERS board that are here and.
If you are a member of the TERS number 2 board, would you please move forward? Look at that happy bunch. Smiling faces. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the residents of Omega Bay, and certainly representatives of their TERS. And I believe Mr. Garcia is going to lead us in this discussion. So we'll turn this over to Mr. Garcia.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank members of the TERS board who are here with us tonight. We have now had 2 meetings with a HOA meeting in between where we've discussed the possibility of the TERS board partnership through the HOA with the Omega Bay HOA and what it would possibly feasibly look like for the streets to be turned over to the city as far as public streets. I don't want to steal their thunder, but that's a brief introduction as to where the discussion has come. And I will ask them to help me co-present that as to what some of the needs are, if they can give an update as to how they feel about it. Also, just last Thursday, there was a Omega Bay HOA meeting that we were able to attend the introduction, but not sure if any discussion may have happened afterwards. So we can all have a clear understanding as to where we are and next steps, so we can discuss that.
Okay, so the first thing.
Absolutely. Before we
Oh.
get started, let's make sure we have our names on the record because we want to make sure the public knows that you all are actual TERS board members.
My name is Alan Horsiga, live 14 South Skimmer Street, Lamar, Texas.
My name is Cheryl Gray. I live on South Sandpiper. I'm Leslie Cruz. I live in North Omega Street.
Welcome.
Okay, first off, the TERS. We're here to request some financing
help with updating our project plan. And so we're not quite sure the cost, but we're asking for up to $5,000 to help us cover the cost of that financing plan and getting that updated so that we can move forward. Because without it, we're kind of stuck. Also, we have just discovered our survey, which will help considerably. Need to know how steps on how to get it recertified. Minutes are out. We had a great HOA meetings. Mr. Garcia, you were awesome. Thank you for showing up right at the nick of time. I appreciate that. Just waiting on everything to take place.
Certainly, Mayor. And if I could thank the actual group for welcoming us to their meeting. One additional item that has been found since the meeting has been the survey. And one additional request that I would like, in consideration of the fact that this is going to save us some funds, is for us to consider working with the HOA and with the TERS board to update that survey so we can have some accurate information if there's any changes that have occurred. If I could ask for that consideration at this time as well.
So sounds like we are tonight, council, before we get into any possible questions or discussions, we are deliberating on a request to assist the TERS upwards to $5,000 for updating the project plan, as well as a commitment to work with this TERS to update the recent survey that we found. Those are the two things we're asking.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Council, do we have any questions for TERS number 2?
Mayor, me.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
Help.
I did want, Councilmember Leyva Allred is not here, but she did send in a statement, a written statement sharing her support for supporting this financing plan. So I did just want to have that on the.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. That is very important. Council, do we have any questions for TERS number 2?
I have some questions.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Just help me out. I guess someplace along the line, this item was missed in the process of development of the TERS. Is that correct, Gus?
Both, it was missed and, back in 2019, it just never got reached, and times and circumstances have changed. So it would need to be updated anyway.
And back in 2019, whose responsibility was this financially?
There wasn't anything written down. Like whose responsibility was it to pay for
Was it
the
from
final
TERS
one?
budget, or was it from the city?
I don't know that.
It wasn't. Okay. Is the TERS asking for the full amount just to be clear, you're asking for the full amount of 5,000?
Up to
Up to.
5,000,
Up to 5,000.
asking for your assistance.
And you have money in your account right now, correct? You do. And so I'm thinking that should be a collaboration between the city and the TERS board, half and half on this side. I don't know, I can't speak for, I know we had an in-house attorney at one point when this was going on back in 2019. But I regret that it wasn't followed through. It should have been at that time.
Councilman, if I may.
Yes, sir.
We've been advised that it could be upwards of $8,000 to have this new plan put in place. Also, it could be as less as 4.
I guess that's what I'm saying. Because I'm looking at the summary here, and it does state that, right? That there's this.
Right.
There's this range, let's put it this way. And since we don't know an exact figure, my personal inclination is to say, and knowing that the TERS board has funding as well, is to share the cost with the city. That's my inclination.
Help us to.
Having said this, I want to see it done as well.
Sure,
So we can
yeah.
move on.
Yeah.
That's important.
Absolutely. Help us to understand what updating a project plan means and what it would do for your TERS.
Well, it would help us move forward, if we, at some point, wanted to go out and get our own individual bond, which we've been told that's a possibility. With this new plan, that would help us toward that goal. Now, we are also working with you folks to, be included in the bond that you're working on now, and correct me if I'm wrong. These are, but,
Yes, sir.
you know, ultimately, we'd like to be with the city, but if we have to go out on our own, we have to have this new plan to do so.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Just on that point, if you remember, I want to say now 2 meetings ago, we passed the street assessment that was done. One of the add-on items that we had is we had members of ADICO also quote us for including those streets as part of that assessment, which you did ratify and pass. So we're looking forward to moving that forward. To this point, Mayor Pro Tem, back to your point of where it stands now. And yes, it probably could have been done before, but as Gus mentioned, would have had to be updated anyways. To date, I think that's what we're seeking now, in partnership with the TERS board, is to look at where that mechanism would lie. Also, so we can have a better idea of what affordability the TERS would have should they choose to stay on their own. By looking at that and seeing where they would be would allow them to make an educated decision, but also us a educated decision on why we should accept it and then help our neighbors out in Omega Bay.
Mayor, a question, Mr. City Manager. Is it accurate to say that at this point, the roads either belong still with the HOA or the TERS?
HOA.
The HOA,
Yes.
the HOA. But the TERS is speaking for the roads, right? They're seeking to
No.
acquire.
No.
What would the bond money, this bond money you were talking
So-
about, what would that be used for?
So to answer that, if public funds are going to be used on these streets, the
Yeah.
streets would have to become public. They are not yet.
They're not yet.
But if that is ultimately the goal, then they would have to become public. In updating the financing plan, it's a way to, it's one of the steps that has to be taken so that, for lack of a better term, they know how much money they have and what their capacity is. And then what the project costs are as well. That would be included.
And this work, once approved, would provide us that blueprint.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to be road plans, but a blueprint financial. Yeah.
Financial, which would also say to us as this council, part one, or there would be some part of the process where we should transfer the roads to the city.
They would
That-
offer them for dedication and the city would
And the city
accept them.
All right.
Should the city council has that prerogative.
All right.
So in order for them to make an intelligent decision, they have to understand the state of affairs financially as it relates to Omega Bay and the tourists right now today. And I certainly am inclined, especially with Councilmember Allred's support to support this up to $5,000 because to Gus's point, perhaps in 2019 it was missed. 2020 COVID came around and it delayed a lot, and you all have been through a lot. And so I think that we are in the business of building bridges, and this is definitely a bridge that, as long as I've been involved, we've been trying to rebuild. And so this, to me, is a good faith effort to another plank in that bridge. And so I'm inclined to support it personally. Council, do we have any other questions or any comments? Hearing none, I will make the motion that we as a council provide up to $5,000 per request to update this project plan, as well as direct our administration, Mr. Garcia heading that administration, to work with this TERS on an update to this most recent survey. I will entertain a second.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Mayor,
Yes,
could I
sir.
ask for some clarity in the motion
Yes,
to
sir.
also say that any cost above the 5,000 will be assumed by the TERS board?
Correct. That is
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
that's all.
Could we, Kiera, make sure that? Absolutely. Any further discussion? Thank you for that, Joe. Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for y'all's patience with us.
Thank you,
Mayor.
so
Thank you,
much.
council.
We do appreciate it.
Let's move now back to our regularly scheduled programming. This would be item 5, citizens' participation, limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who has signed up to speak may speak to council, limited to 3 minutes. If you're wishing to speak, you give the mayor or the presiding officer your full legal name, your address, and the item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. If you're visiting with us via telephone, you may press *6 to mute or unmute yourself. If you are visiting with us via Zoom, on a smartphone, tablet, or computer, you may access the microphone icon at the lower portion of your screen. If you are here with us in person, you may come to the center aisle, approach the podium, give your name, your address, and you will be heard. Kyle, are there any persons online wishing to speak?
Yes.
Name and address.
Joseph Lowry, 2503 Cedar Drive.
Welcome, Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to request a audit of grant money that's being given to people in the city. My belief is that somebody changed my name. I didn't do that. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
So my belief is there's grant money being funded from EDC to contractor friends of council members, large sums of money, and there may be multiple buildings and worked on by these people. So it's something we need to look at. I had turned in an open record request for Fund 12, which is seizure money that goes to the police department. My understanding is that account is drained. I put in an open record request. That open record request has been ignored. It is past the 10-day time frame. It needs to be turned over to me as soon as possible. We also turned in a open record request multiple times, as well as multiple people, for the personal history statement from our police chief. It may not have been done properly here in Lamarque, which would make it a felony and also make his license ineligible. I think that needs looked into as well. I hope Mr. Garcia takes this serious. About there's some domestic terrorists that are being brought into the community again because of the election going on. So it's quite alarming that, and there might be one in the room right now in the front row for all we know. But
Mr. Lowry,
very alarming.
we can't do personal attacks, but go ahead, Mr. Lowry.
No, I'm just saying it's possible. There could be one in the front row for all I'm at home, so. But there could be a domestic terrorist in the front row for all I know right now in the city of Lamarque council meeting. So, but it's scary, and I know people are getting worried right now in the community. So I want everybody to be on the lookout and just be cautious. So I think that's about it. If I could get those open record requests turned over to me as soon as possible, Mr. Garcia. We're outside the time frame again, which is pretty common, but they need turned over to me regardless of what wants to be hidden and put into the public. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lowry.
You're welcome. Very welcome.
Ms. Turner, did you have all we can do now is point of information. Did you have information you'd like to add? If so, you have to come to the podium. No, ma'am, it's only information. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Let's see. Any other persons online wishing to speak? No. Okay. Robert Mishtich. Name and address for the record, Robert, and welcome.
Robert Mitchstich, 24 North Curlew, Marque. Back on March 25th, y'all approved some startup work for a company that wants to develop an RV and boardwalk site that butts up directly to a Superfund toxic dump. It's called Marque. It's below the levee. And Marque sits at the Y of 146, Highway 6, and 45. And then directly north of that is the property that the developer owns. It's like you're putting the cart before the horse. Because in that meeting, not one of you asked a question about that hazard chemical, about testing of the soil surrounding. It leaches everywhere. There was once a trailer park there, and there was so much sickness that was closed. And what they're talking about now goes directly into those wetlands. It will drain into that body of water that you see that is right up against that levee that drains underneath the freeway, underneath that raised road, directly into Highland Bayou, directly into Omega Bay, one of Lamarck's subdivisions that you like to put on your website and promote. So this 2050 plan may go south when this reaches public notice. Now, in our HOA meeting, and thank you for coming to that, not one single person objected to contacting the state rep and state senator. That's going to happen. And then it's going to light up with these other communities that are waterfront, because you're going to pollute that bay, but you're going to pollute us. And here we are trying to do roads and everything. I mean, got a lot of bridge building to do. Mr. Garcia, I will send you some proposals for a reversion contract on the roads. And you can forward those, and then we can discuss that at the next meeting and on an agenda item, because if you can't meet that, there's no sense in getting attorneys involved to try to mix it. There are some hard set factors in there. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I believe Mr. Knable, did you have a point of information on the Marque site?
I can speak briefly to it. This is a private developer that came to the city. The city council was asked and did approve an agreement with this developer whereby the developer would fund the construction of a water supply and sewer facility to bring water to the site, take sewer away from the site. That's all that was asked. Kathleen's here. I'm not aware that there's even been a permit pulled out here. So, but the city, as it does with every development, can only enforce the ordinances on the books. And that developer did not ask for a variance from the city.
Very good.
Point of information as well, illustrated on the screen, you'll show the proximity and the fact that it is indeed across 45. We do show that it is not on the actual Marque site, which is one of the things that was originally shared. It is directly north. That is accurate. But as Gus mentioned, to date, no permit has been pulled yet. We do know that environmental studies will be very, very, very much in part of what this actual development would incur, along with any development. I think it's only fair to trust the fact that Our engineers reviewed this, our EDCs reviewed this, our development services reviewed this, legals reviewed this. We're not gonna do anything to put anyone in any type of harm's way. So we thank the concern, and we welcome to answer any questions that the state or the county or anybody or even at the federal level may have for us. On the contrary, we're actually pursuing funds to even pursue that Mako site with some of its current owners, so we could have some future development on that site that would be appropriate and would be welcomed on a national level.
Very good. At the end of this meeting, I will share with you the latest on the Marque site. It's on the EPA website. Very easy to find, but this is not the place in our agenda for us to speak about that. So we'll move on. Mr. Beard. CJ, I don't know your first.
Carl Beard. Hello, how y'all doing?
Carl Beard, we need your welcome. We need your full name and your address before you.
Right, my name is Carl Beard. I reside at 5707 Armstrong Drive in Texas City, Texas. I'm a local contractor here in Galveston County. I own a company called Urban House Builders. It has been brought to my attention that an applicant that's seeking office for District C actually filled out his application. In my opinion, he filled it out fraudulently. More specifically, it's a portion on the application that asks, do you have any previous felony convictions? He checked that he did not have any previous felony convictions, but through numerous social media postings and also information that I obtained via investigator, this guy does have a sealed record. The actual proper box he should have checked was, I have been convicted of a felony, but I have been pardoned or otherwise released from the resulting disabilities of that felony conviction, and I have provided proof of that with submission of his application. I actually obtained his application, the proof he did not provide with his application. He chose to.
Mr. Beard, here's what I will say. There is a polling location at this facility.
Mhm.
I would caution you, I do not represent you. You should be careful.
Right, correct.
That's all I'm going to say.
Reclaiming my time.
Thank you, guys.
That,
Kyle.
where did that come?
Yeah. Gus, if you feel that at some point, Mr. Beard's statement is, just let me know and we'll definitely.
Yeah, and it
Absolutely.
wasn't a personal attack. I just wanted to
Okay.
remind
Very good.
everyone we're a polling.
Right, and
They're polling.
I clearly said in my opinion.
Okay.
I clearly stated in my opinion. So in my opinion, this application was filled out fraudulently. I actually submitted some stuff with the Secretary of State and also with your local police department. I would like the council to actually look into the applications, just not him, the applications of everybody. Because we don't want to single out a certain person for council seat C, but I would like for you guys to actually inquire into actual validity of his application. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. We are now item 6, minutes, 6-1. Special City Council minutes 4/8/2024. 6-2, regular City Council minutes 1/22/24. Council, I will entertain a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any omissions or corrections? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are moving past item 7. The Linebarger, Gogan, Blair, and Sampson Group are not with us tonight, and so we will reschedule. Item 8, new business. 8-1, proposed resolution consenting to the inclusion of land into the Galveston County Municipal Utility District number 68. Caesar?
Thank you, Mayor. This item is in direct relation to the proposed development that would occur off of 519 and Newman, between Newman and Durow. There is the actual need or desire to have it taken in part of the actual MUD district number 68. The applicant is here should any questions arise, but otherwise we're ready to entertain a motion.
Council, do we have any questions? Where is the applicant?
Actually, the attorney for the MUD.
For the MUD. Very good.
Apologies.
Very good. Thank you for identifying yourself.
I do have a question. What services is the MUD providing?
Name and organization for the record, please.
Heather Trachtenberg. I'm with APHR and I'm the attorney for MUD 68. And so they are seeking annexation in the district in order to be reimbursed for the infrastructure costs, water, sewer, drainage. And then those facilities, like the facilities in the rest of the MUD, they'll be constructed and conveyed to the city for operation.
So they'll be constructed.
Yes.
The MUD will do the construction.
The MUD does the construction of all the water and sewer lines. They are district contracts. The developer fronts the money for those, and then they get reimbursed when the bonds are issued to reimburse.
So
And they can only issue bonds if they put sufficient value on the ground, meet the TCQ feasibility tests, et cetera. So it's a very, there's a lot of oversight onto making sure that those bonds meet a lot of feasibility rules before those.
this
can
is
be
the
issued.
first property in that area where there's this conveyance, correct?
Conveyance, you mean, an annexation,
An
first
annexation.
annexation. 68 has had an annexation previously, but it was
Yeah.
several years ago. And this is a non-contiguous annexation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
thanks.
you all did grant us one annexation previously.
Any more questions? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8.2, proposed resolution authorizing submission of application.
So sorry.
Oh, you need to give us a resolution? I'm so
We'll
sorry.
work on that.
I will learn to slow down. Go ahead.
It will now be known as resolution 2024-0024.
Thank you. 0024. Okay. 8.2, proposed resolution authorizing submission of application to the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority for SB 224 Catalytic Converter Grant Program. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. We are seeking funding for a program that we qualify under as far as a catalytic converter program. The item suggested that we go after all fall in line with suitable requests to be made from this particular program. Police has reviewed these items and we're excited to bring this forward for your approval tonight.
Council, do you have any questions related to this item? Hearing none, we will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8.3, excuse me. Go ahead, Kara.
Resolution 2024-0025.
25.
Yes.
8.3, proposed resolution designating application for grant application submission and signatory for contractual documents pertaining to safe streets and roads for all grants program by the Office of the Secretary of Transportation, the U.S. Department of Transportation. Mr. Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On this item, we have already been partially funded through HCAC for part of this fund for Safe Streets for All. We were using those funds to create an actual safety plan citywide. Our specific application we're going after is to address the need for our lighting. We know that we're working with Texas Mexico for the change out of our fixtures to LED, but we also know that through our light study, we would need at least $1.8 million to do all the new light fixtures that we requested, the over 1,100 light fixtures that we asked for. We're also aware that there are other needs that we could apply for this grant. The minimum application is $2.5 million. And we're strongly encouraging your review and subsequent approval for us to pursue these grant funds.
Any questions for Mr. Garcia? I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
May I just one significance? The minimum is 2.5. We're requesting 5 million, but please understand the match requirement is 20%.
Very good. Saying that, you already have identified your match.
We've identified part of the match, which would, if we apply for this fund and we can be told beforehand, we could use some of those ARPA funds that are identified through it to put towards that. That could be one possible way of funding, which would allow us to do more work with the same amount of funds.
And HCAC has a new fund on the transportation side that I discussed with at last week's meeting.
Yes.
There's also intended to assist our match.
We are pursuing every and all possibilities to come up with a match to the allotted amount of what we would need. If we go for the maximum of 5 million, we would need 1 million.
So we need to make sure that as we move forward with these grant applications, and there are a lot of them, and I appreciate this administration and this council, because all grant applications flow from council, right? Through the city manager. But let's make sure that we are being very clear and deliberate when we communicate with our residents on that grant match. So if we are saying we are applying for a $10 million grant, let's also say in that same request for action, we have identified the match, and it's this, that, or whatever that might be, just so that we can be clear, because we get that in the community when we suggest that we are looking for as many grants as possible. Sometimes community members are concerned that we have enough money to match.
Certainly.
So we want to make sure that they are understanding these grants and whether or not the matches are available. Thank you.
Certainly.
Kiara, did we get a motion or no?
I have a motion, but I don't have a second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8. I'm sorry, Kiara.
2024-0026.
Thank you. 8.4, Water Conservation Plan, discussion possible action regarding adopting the 2024 Water Conservation Plan for the city of Lamarque, Texas. Looks like that's you, Rick.
Yes, sir. Mayor, evening council. This is a renewal of the existing water conservation plan, which was enacted in 2019. TCQ requires an update every 5 years. So the data in this plan has been updated. It's still under a little bit of a draft, but we wanted to bring the resolution to you so we can get it in by the end of the month.
Ordinance.
The items covered in the water conservation plan is listed underneath the best management practices. There's not a lot of big changes from the 2015 plan to those items. Some of the data has changed. We will be working effectively over the next 3 to 5 years to enact some of the items in this conservation plan, which have not always been followed.
Any questions for Rick tonight on item 8.4?
I do, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Number one, the page 8, prohibition on wasting water. What water waste prohibition measures are enforceable actions and measures that prohibit specific wasteful activities. And then it says the city has enforcement powers to prohibit wasteful activities. I didn't quite, in reviewing this, I didn't quite understand when there would be a trigger to that we would start some sort of prohibited activities and then use our enforcement power.
That would be covered by a waste prohibition ordinance, which I don't believe is in place. So that's an item we need to add. The next item coming up is the drought contingency plan, which has to do with control of water during a drought. But this, as far as just wasting water by doing acts that would be considered a waste of water, whether it's not repairing leaks, possibly overwatering, where you've got water running down the street, down a sidewalk, where it's just using excessive amount of waters that's not needed.
And then that following section, please please help me understand 3.5 residential toilet replacement program that talks about at least 20% of our homes and apartments in our community are in houses that were constructed prior to 1995 and do not have high flush volume toilets. And once again, I was reading this. I I see it, but it only talks about a plan would be developed. Well, first of all, it says inspections on all. We'll prepare documentation on all inspections. So are we suggesting that your department now is going to go out knocking on homes? And what does that mean, the inspections?
I don't know that that would actually be Public Works. That could be a separate inspection. It could be through the building division, development services. We have inspectors that work through them. That might be ill-defined right now. I don't know if I could tell you exactly. That's a carryover once again from the 2019 conservation plan.
I don't know. I'm just thinking, man, I just think we need to massage this language and somehow say, Gus, these are goals perhaps. Because as opposed to, this is very language here that's saying the following proposed schedule will be implemented, you know. And then I don't want anybody coming back to us as a council and say, look what you've done. Not only do you have domestic terrorists out here, but now you're not you're not doing this over here. You know, that's all my point.
How do you feel about that, Gus?
I'd be interested to hear what Brent said, just because this is something that came to us from the state, that the state is telling us, or the TCQ is telling the city.
Brent,
that they have to
Samatico,
do.
we need you at the microphone, sir, so that the residents can hear you. Thank you.
I just want to echo that this is still in draft form. We're actually still massaging this conservation plan based on what was presented in 2019. So this is not final. We're still going through this. We're still collecting the data. Some parts of it we still haven't completed it yet. But yes, we understand what you're saying. We'll take that into consideration, but we're still going through this. We're presenting it so that we could get it submitted to the TCQ in due time.
And that's, of course, the other concern I have. We don't exactly have sometimes, but we haven't had a great record with TCQ, and we've received our share of fines. And I don't want us to be submitting a document which they're going to accept and then hold us liable. And now we're going to face more fines.
Well, I just want to add that this is a document that had been submitted to them in the past. And that's why we're taking a look at it, because certainly as a person who presents those reports, my name's gonna go on it as well. And I want to make sure that whatever I do, I look at it under the microscope. So I appreciate your comment.
So by taking action today, what are we doing? We're not actually adopting this, are we? We're just, no, it's just as adoption.
Yes, it's an adoption on first reading of an ordinance, yes. If y'all want to make changes, we can do that. But the reason we have to do it by ordinance is because back in 2019, this was both this plan, the water conservation and the drought contingency plan were both adopted by ordinance. They're in y'all's code of ordinances now.
But this
One of the
say,
items I would point out, Mayor Pro Tem, is on item number 3 on that section you're looking at. It says a retrofit requirement or ordinance triggered when ownership of the property changes. City will require all plumbing fixtures, single family. So some of those particulars could be worked out. This certainly, what's driving the conservation plan is actually through the Texas Water Development Board, which is an arm of TCQ, somewhat like their cousin. And it's all about water conservation and water efficiency. And we as stewards of the drinking water that we provide to the public, part of that is controlling waste of water. And certainly the low flow toilet program has been out there for many years. And it's certainly recommended by both Texas Water Development Board and likewise TCQ.
And I think to answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem, earlier in section 3, it's talking about these BMPs or best management practices. These are that are presently in effect and some that will be considered for implementation in the future. So they're either in effect or they're in the process of being considered, whether that's low flow toilets or the other items that are mentioned. But these there is that caveat that they are all of being considered as well.
So let me ask you this I don't know that Mayor Pro Tem got his question answered. I think he is concerned about a lot of the wills and shall type words in this. And how will that affect us if we are unable, for whatever reason, to reach those goals?
So what I would say to that is, in answer to the wills and the shalls, I would say that earlier on in section 3, in the second paragraph of the overall section 3, says that these are in effect and will be, and some that will be considered.
Okay.
So
okay.
I would say we're considering.
Will be considered is the part that helps us. Okay, I got you. Okay. Is that good? Is that something that you can agree with, Joe?
I don't know, this section 3 is the one, I guess, that's really bothering me. It's got all sorts of requirements for the city. To track this BMP, the city will maintain the following documentation: copy of wastewater prohibition ordinances enacted in the service area, copy of compliance. None of these things I've ever seen serving on council, by the way. I don't know if you've ever seen any of these reports.
I don't remember. Perhaps, yeah.
And that was my point, sir, that we need to do a much better job at this plan. This conservation plan is actually in effect right now.
From 2019, though.
Yes.
Yes,
And may I also add, it looks like we have a pretty strict deadline on this that we're already in jeopardy of more than likely not passing. So to your point, we want to be in good graces with TCQ, so we want to get it done rather quickly.
So let me ask you, to be clear, this is a first reading, right? First reading. So it would be helpful if in the future we just say first reading, then that's
I don't, this isn't,
It should be a first reading of an ordinance. That's the documentation that we presented. If you want to make a amendment to the motion, Mayor Pro Tem, it sounds like what you're saying is, the city, on items the city isn't currently doing, the city shall endeavor to do them or try to do them.
something like that would be,
If that would
be helpful.
okay. Do you want to add that, Joe?
Yeah, I will add it, but once again, just to be clear, is it or not? Is it a first reading or not?
Yes.
It is.
Well, see, now the issue for us is this council has, and myself as mayor, the steward over our agenda. I have, directed Ms. Nance to do ordinances on the first, meeting of the month, and resolutions on the second meeting of the month. Now, this item perhaps is time sensitive, according to Mr. Garcia, and I think that's where my confusion is coming in. It should be on the first reading. It's on the first meeting of the month, but it is on the second meeting of the month because it's of its time sensitivity. Okay, all right, I'm straight. Are you good, Joe?
Well, I'm good. And then it also give me an opportunity.
Okay.
Not only to go through as well too, Gus, and perhaps make some other suggestions. when it
Okay.
comes back on the
So are you wanting to make a motion and then we come back and do,
Then, yeah, we can approve this draft with
okay,
language,
is that your motion?
the amendment to the motion of, what was the verbiage, Gus? I forgot.
In section 3, the city will strive to
Strive.
implement those.
Okay. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Here, what is our ordinance number?
Sorry, I
Oh, wait.
pulled up and yes, sir, it is 2024-0008.
All righty, let's move forward with this in mind, council. Every first meeting in the month, we will have ordinances. Every second meeting in the month, we will have resolutions so that we are sure that all of our postings are accurate in the newspaper and that they are done in a timely manner. That's why we've decided to make that change. We're slowing the ordinance process down to ensure its accuracy. Is that right, Ms. Nance?
Yes, sir.
All right, 8-5.
This agenda says nothing about an ordinance. In a second, first reading. You have to let the citizens know. that you want-
Is it, has it been posted? I'm listening to you, James. Has it been posted in the paper?
No, it won't get posted in the paper
What
until.
have we, well, let me say this to you in a way so that we can make sure we are following the charter and state law and answering Mr. Osteen's question. Are we following the law on this ordinance?
It's not in the agenda. It doesn't say that it's
Mhm.
first reading of the ordinance. Nobody's gonna know that this is an ordinance.
Point taken, Mr. Osteen. So we will then move this over to Mr. Knable for advice. How do you advise this council, Mr. Knable?
The agenda posts the date, the time, and the subject of the matter to be considered. We have complied with the Open Meetings Act for purposes of notice.
Well, let me ask you this, every other ordinance that we've ever,
Right. Yes, every other ordinance. So have we complied with the letter of the law? The city has.
have we,
If
are we, in? You know where I'm going with this? right?
I do.
Have we followed our custom when we present and act on ordinances? Yes or no?
Looking at Kiera, it sounds like no.
Okay, so now,
As the keeper of the city's
So-
records.
so it is my assertion as the chair that this not receive an ordinance number tonight because I don't want us to mislead the public. We have a standard practice, a standard custom, and if we have complied with the law, which I'm not doubting that we have, if we have not complied with what is normally done, let's please not even go down that street tonight. Now, we have approved something. I'm not going to, I don't want us to assign an ordinance number. Let's come back next week, next meeting. Mr. Compion's amendments will be in, and we'll move forward from there. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Will that hurt your timeline, Mr. Garcia?
At this point, no, won't.
You've got an extension to the middle of June.
Yeah, you know, you
Oh.
know.
We have an extension till the middle of June?
Mayor-
Very good. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Joe.
Mayor and Gus, and perhaps we can proceed calling this a draft, Gus.
Yeah.
Just, this is where we're just passing basically a draft.
You're
agreeing to the
approving a draft
a
that we will
draft,
send to
Which we
TCEQ.
will, which still requires acceptance by TCEQ, correct?
No.
No,
They
it
don't- they
doesn't.
don't, we just send
All
it
right,
in.
but well, then if we're coming back to the ordinances, then we're still gonna have to, as the mayor said, we're gonna still have to bring it back as an
Yeah,
ordinance with the proper.
yeah.
But today we can just say it's.
The action has been completed. We are just not assigning an ordinance number to it so that we can be sure that we're following our own,
Yeah.
in Ms. Yancey's terminology, best practices. Very good. I think we're all good on that. You're good? This side? James? All right, we got a plan.
And then Mayor, we can just do the same thing for the next item.
Okay, let's do that. And that would be the drought contingency plan. 8.5, drought contingency plan update, discussion possible action regarding adopting the 2024 drought contingency plan for the city of Lamarck, Texas. Again, this is simple approval. It will come back as an agenda item next meeting to have an ordinance number assigned to it.
Okay, to be clear, Mayor, we're taking action on the draft.
We're taking action on this draft. It will be an ordinance next meeting. And so 8.5, Rick.
Sir, the drought contingency plan is basically enacted during a drought. That's what it says it is. So that is based on numbers or data through the Texas Water Development Board, also through Galveston or through Water Authority. That if there is a need to restrict water in the city, this plan actually has the teeth in it and the procedures in order to use to enact water restrictions throughout the city.
based on the drought, which is 4 different phases that it goes through, during a drought. You start off with phase 1, phase 2. So depending on how severe the drought is, the water restrictions, part of this plan are more severe and more restricted. And once again, this is somewhat of an update of the existing drought contingency plan that the city adopted in 2019.
Let's let the record reflect on this item and the previous item. There was not an ordinance needed, right? An ordinance number needed, but because we do this by ordinance, we are doing it by ordinance again. Is that what you're saying?
It was an ordinance before, sir.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I'm
Help-
not
help
sure
us to
if the
understand it.
TCEQ requirement is for it to be an ordinance. Yes, it is.
Yes,
Okay, I was like,
Okay,
I didn't know
very
about
good.
that.
Okay, thank you. All right. Very good, very good.
And I misspoke, there's 6 stages.
Okay, did you want to tell us the other?
Basically, it's just the breakdown on the stages based on, like I say, the based on how severe the drought is. So the
Very good.
stages get higher and more restricted.
Council, do we have any questions for Rick or for Brent on item 8.5?
Mayor, I do. Just clarity. Rick, it says here, water source. The surface water provides the city with 95% of their potable water. And the other source is from ground water, well water, which provides the remaining 5%.
I've corrected that one already.
Oh, you have?
It's more like 98% in 2. I mean, actually, it's almost less than 0.5%.
Okay. I was
As
just
far as groundwater, that number will change.
And the other thing that, and this is just for clarity, it says, well, the water from the Gulf Coast Water Authority is all surface water.
Yes, sir.
It's not well water.
Right. Our water is well water.
But the well water that we have is the Gulf Coast Aquifer that it says here. Which I'd never heard of, but it says Gulf Coast Aquifer.
I'll double check that, sir.
I didn't know we had that. Okay.
Could be right.
Okay, that's all.
All right, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I just don't, there's different outcomes.
I will entertain a motion to approve this, this draft. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8.6, Lamarque Emancipation Trail, discussion possible action regarding an advanced funding agreement with the Texas Department of Transportation for the State Highway 3 Emancipation Trail Project. Is that you, Mr. Garcia?
It is. Thank you, Mayor. We're very excited to share this information. We're excited to share with you tonight the fact that we have secured funding through our Tex Talk TA application that you approved for us to apply back in January of 2023. We brought it through the cycle. It is going to eventually end up being a zero-cost match for us for the Emancipation Trail. We know the history of the Emancipation Trail. That goes from Galveston all the way through to Houston. Our portion that runs through our city actually runs, this portion that's funded runs from along State Highway 3 from Main Street to Texas Ave. And it is a trail that will be available for pedestrian shared use. So we're excited of the fact that we have been selected to be funded. It's a total value of $5.2 million to the city. There would have been a $900,000 match, which is being applied through our credits available through our transit development credit. So we're excited to announce that it will not cost the city anything to bring these funds to the city and to increase our pedestrian safety. So we're very excited. It'll help the members, along District A and C, who both may share some of that space.
So what will the project, it's $5.2 million. What will happen? What sorts of improvements?
Certainly. It will give us a widened sidewalk that will go from Texas Avenue all the way to Main Street.
Okay.
That will allow for roughly, 1.4 miles, if I'm not mistaken, total length.
Pretty close. Yes, sir.
But just to take us along the entire corridor.
Okay. Very good.
Where's the sidewalk? I mean, a widened sidewalk?
It would be a wide
In
pedestrian.
some areas it's 10 feet, in some areas it's 6, but
Oh, wow.
but it's
What will the, when the project's done, how wide will it be?
in some areas will be 6 feet wide. In
Oh,
some
when
areas,
it's
other
done.
areas would be
Yeah, I got
10.
you.
Certain areas now have none, and the ones that do have roughly 3 to 5 feet width.
Very good. Any further questions, council? I will entertain a motion.
So
Is
moved.
there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8. 7, award of funding, discussion possible action regarding approval and acceptance of the award for funding by the Texas Department of Emergency Management for the Stormwater Management Plan Project. Is that Rick or is that Caesar?
That's an item that we're sharing together essentially, back in, God, dating back to the original time that this was,
2022.
posted back in 2022. You supported our grant application in June of 22 to pursue a stormwater plan. The city did not have in place. We received word here, at the beginning of this month that we'd be awarded through Tatum. The total, grant is a 90-10 match, roughly, totaling 899,000, almost 900,000. So the split is 809,000 to be the federal share and, roughly just shy of 90,000 to be the city share.
How much is the federal share?
90%, which is roughly 809,550.
Have you identified the match for the city share?
Rick, we discussed this as to how we would do it. We said at time of funding.
We've got some of this tied in with the bond.
So some of this is tied to,
With the earmarking, with the bonds that, the CO bonds that we
The seal
earmarked?
bonds, yes, sir.
Okay.
Congratulations.
yes, absolutely. This is a long time coming. Obviously, we've applied for both of these grants dating back to 22 and 23, and we're now seeing.
This, so this basically is going to be a drainage plan.
Yes, sir.
Citywide.
Yeah.
And this is
Citywide.
this also complies or with our MS4 permit that we have with TCQ again, with our stormwater permit that the city holds. We're responsible for all the stormwater that comes out of the city into the bayou. And part of one of the things that we were nicked on before was we did not have good mapping. We really don't know where all the pipes are at, all the drains are at. This plan will also give us some detailed information as far as what we need to do to improve our stormwater infrastructure in the city. So we'll be able to develop capital improvement plans from this master plan. So it will accomplish a lot for us.
Very good. Council, do we have any more questions? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8. Funding agreement. Discussion possible action regarding approving an agreement with the Texas Department of Agriculture for a community development block grant for Wisteria Storm Sewer Project in the amount of $500,000.
Thank you, Mayor. The notice of funding for this was released in November of 2022. You did approve of us moving forward with this application, which was submitted to TDA in May of 2023. And we are excited to announce that we have been funded. We did have a time constraint as to when to fund it. We are putting forward the $500,000, which was the maximum for this. We know Wisteria, that portion has always historically had a big problem with some of their stormwater and drainage. Our city share is $75,000, which is being applied as an offset contribution for the Oak Street Bridge project, which we're also completing through TxDOT. So we're excited to share that that's where the funds will come from.
Very good. Any questions for Mr. Garcia? I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8, 9, grant application. Discussion possible action regarding the submission of a grant application to the Texas Book Festival for $2,500. I see Ms. Miller making her way to the podium.
Yes, Mayor, as she's approaching, This is the first time that we're pursuing this grant. This grant is for an additional $2,500 for library books. It's part of the annual Texas Book Festival, and we're excited to apply. Let me see.
Ms. Miller,
We,
did you want to add?
Yeah, we currently receive about $27,000 in support from Galveston County. We use those funds for our collection, and applying for this grant, hopefully receiving it would help us just expand those funds so we could improve our collection. We'd like to expand our juvenile graphic novel section, which is gaining in popularity, and fill in some of the missing series and add some titles that would complement our popular anime club.
Very good. Council, do we have any questions for Ms. Miller or Mr. Garcia? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
So
Is
moved.
there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8-10, preliminary plat extension.
I see Ms. Kathleen approaching. Well, as she approaches, I want to just take a moment and thank all of our staff. As you have seen tonight, through a lot of these grant applications. Everybody's taking the bull by the horn when it comes to grant applications and having a collective effort to apply for those. And even in our library, that's no different. So thank you to everybody for doing that. Ms. Kathleen. Next item, Trails of
Welcome.
Woodhaven Lakes.
Welcome, Kathleen.
Extended approval.
Let's see, we are at item preliminary plat extension discussion, possible action regarding the request to extend approval for a preliminary plat for Trails of Woodhaven Lakes, Section 2.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Van Staveren, do you have anything for us tonight?
Yes, I received a request from the plat coordinator. They ran out of time. Their preliminary plat expires May 5th, I think. So they're asking for council to extend 6 months for them to prepare their final plat for council's approval.
Very good. Council, do we have any questions for Ms. Van Staveren or Mr. Garcia? Hearing none, we will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in
I'm
favor?
so sorry.
Yes,
Read the
ma'am.
First motion.
Mr. Compion. Hearing no further discussion, I will call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8-11 was already acted upon. Item 8-12, request for proposal, discussion, possible action regarding issuing a request for proposal for disaster debris monitoring and consulting services. Is that you, Mr. Garcia?
It's actually Kyle, who's right here next
Hey,
to me.
Kyle.
So do you have any questions on item 8-12 and 8-13, please?
Welcome, Kyle.
Hello.
Is there anything you want to add to 8-12?
No, we're just going out for the debris monitoring and as we do in previous years.
Very good. Do we have any questions for Kyle? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
So
Is
moved.
there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8-13. Request for proposal, discussion, possible action regarding issuing a request for proposal for disaster and or storm recovery services, debris removal. Same thing, Kyle?
Same thing. This is just the debris actual removal and pickup RFP. So
Any questions for Kyle on 8-13? I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8-14 was already acted upon. Now we are on 8-15, memorandum of understanding. Discussion possible action regarding the establishment of a memorandum of understanding between the city of Lamarque and Ignite Community School Mainland. Mr. Garcia.
Yes, Mayor. As of time of this meeting, we have not heard final confirmation, something that was missing on this item. So we're asking us to please table this item to bring it back at the next meeting.
Very good. We can do that. I will entertain a motion to table.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
No discussion on the table. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are now at the city manager's report. As always, council, there are, looks like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 items on Mr. Garcia's report. I'm sure he would like to talk about 9-8. Council, are there any other items that we would like to pull for Mr. Garcia to address tonight?
Mayor, I have a couple of questions on the permits.
Permits, that would be 9-1.
9-1.
Council, any other? Okay, well, let's take 9-1 and then let's acknowledge 9-7. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. 9-1.
Yeah. Joe's gonna ask you questions about 9-1, but I'd like you to address 9-7 and 9-8, please. Let's start with 9-1.
9-1, very quickly. I guess it's Kathleen, right, on the permits? Or I noticed there are 22 commercial remodel permits. And I'm curious, what's a significant number for? Is this the past month or what period of time is this? What is this for the past month or what period of time?
That was for March.
Just for March, 22 commercial remodel?
That was the 21 cabanas at the arena. Or the JMK5.
Oh, the cabanas, okay.
Where they're remodeling
many,
the
weren't
kennels into VIP cabanas.
Right. I thought there were only 18. Were there that many?
I think he's talking about the ones inside too,
Inside?
like, because he has like VIP spots inside too.
Yes, there's like 20 cabanas, well, including that one building and then the interior. remodel.
Interior remodel, yeah. Okay, so 20 cabanas and one big interior remodel is what you're suggesting, okay.
And the cabanas are actually the kennels.
Right.
Okay.
And just for clarity purposes, it says here electrical, commercial, residential, and then the plumbing residential. Please remind us all, if I'm a homeowner and I decide that I need to replace a toilet in my home, am I required to have a permit, pull a permit for that?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm a homeowner and I did, and I want to, I guess I need to have an electrician for that, for any sort of electrical work, right?
It depends.
Other
If
than
you're
changing
a
your light.
homeowner and you're homesteaded in the
Yes.
state of Texas, you can do your own work,
Okay,
but you also have to have it inspected and it has to pass. But you can do your own work if you're homesteaded only though.
you see. And I'm a homeowner and I'm homesteaded and I had part of my fence fall down during the recent weather event. Do I need to pull a permit to repair my fence?
No, you don't, as long as you're putting it back in the same footprint.
Okay.
And people call and ask us and we tell them that.
These are just some of the questions that I get. And
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad I'm responding in the right way. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I had on that.
Even if you're offensive, you just want to change it out. As long as you don't go above where it has to become windstorm compliant, then you're fine. You can do it yourself.
So last one item, if I'm a homeowner and I'm contracting to do my own roofing, I don't need to pull a permit?
You have to pull a roofing permit,
You
yes,
do.
but we don't inspect that. Windstorm inspects that.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
but you do have to pull a permit.
Thank you.
That's it, Ms. Van Steven. Painless. Mr. Garcia, 9, looks like 7 and 9-8.
Yes. Excuse me, on 9-7. We're very excited. Congratulations to our Keep Lamar Beautiful on achieving Gold Star status with the Keep Texas Beautiful for the year of 2024. They were just notified earlier this month. It's a long sought recognition from Keep Texas Beautiful. They've enclosed our certificate that we will proudly share, as well as they've also shared with us a toolkit that we'll share with our communications team in hopes of properly marketing this great achievement. And they will also be formally recognized at the Keep Texas Beautiful Conference in June. So we're excited for them, and this is part of the package of what was received.
Whoa, yeah. Let me just say something to that. That is amazing. Joe and I served on that board. I think, Joe, you served 5. I think I served 4. To be able to do that is definitely an accomplishment. And that goes back to a safe city is a clean city. And so our chair is in the house, Rashard Loftus, just please send word back to the commission that we know how important that recognition is, because it's something we have applied for over the years. And when I saw it on the agenda, I was like, we finally got it. So kudos to you and that board for your leadership. Thank you so much.
That's James Ross's territory now, huh, James?
Yeah.
James is cleaning up the city.
Yeah.
James and Rashard and the rest of them, and Miss Keith and Lindsay, I believe, is
Yeah.
still there. I don't want to.
Yeah.
Miss Stewart is on that
Yeah.
committee as well. Mr. Pennington is on it.
Petty John.
Oh, Mr.
Betty
Pettyjohn.
John.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought Mr. Pennington was on that too. You just clean up for free, is that right? Anyway. Very good, very good. But it is sunny in Lamarck.
Mhm.
We don't always want to allow for council to get kudos, but we have some very hardworking boards and commissions. Keep Lamarck Beautiful, Parks Board, Building Standards, EDC, you name it. We have committees that are doing great work, and so it's good to acknowledge that. Thank you guys for your work and for your efforts. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Next item for you guys, us to discuss, we're going to go rapid fire and everybody's probably had a long evening. Wednesday is International Denim Day. Those that are not aware, but we are wearing denim. We have asked all of our staff to participate. We're asking for our community to also participate. As you know, City Hall will remain lit in blue as well to also recognize that we are showing support for the sexual assault victims, and obviously the horrific tragedies that have been documented through Denim Day. This is a unified support that we will have. Next item up that we will talk about is on Saturday, May 4th, our public library will be having a May the 4th party. I know there's members of our council and the public that are very excited, looking forward to this day. We do know that it is it will be a very busy day in the city of Lamarck, obviously, but we're also excited to be celebrating this space party at the city of Lamarck. I won't share what it's about for trademark infringement, but it is indeed on our screen for everybody to view. Next item coming up we have is our Ignite School 25-year celebration. They did ask us to please make sure we share this with them. Another very busy day will be this Saturday. We have numerous things going on throughout the city, but we wanted to make sure we shared what one of our partners was having at their facility there on that day. I want to take a moment and talk about our Eyes on the Mark program, and specifically our senior citizens camera program. I want to take a moment and thank, I believe we now are up to 3 council folks who have designated some funds from their discretionary income. And we do know there's some other districts that are having plenty of folks that are coming forward. If anybody else would like to donate, or anybody in the public who would like to donate towards this cause, we'd really appreciate being able to accommodate all the folks that have applied. We currently have more applicants than we have funding for. We would like to make sure we address everybody in this first round if at all possible. So anybody else who would like to contribute, we'd appreciate it. We're looking forward to getting these cameras in and get this program launched in the first phase in the month of May. Next item that we have to share is our Heroes Village. We announced at our last council meeting, we are still working to obtain folks and to complete this survey. I want to make sure everybody understands this is not only for Lamarck residents. We want residents in general, anybody, any of our surrounding communities, they can be from anywhere, to complete this. It is a very generic, a very generic survey that would allow to see if there is a need in the general vicinity for this service, so we can partner in a deeper level with Habitat for Humanities to see what else we could possibly do to bring this project to fruition. We want to make sure we have evidence-based community engagement that we can follow should we choose to pursue this further. Next item that we have is our Hurricane Huddle. It is announced, and it will be this Saturday from 10 to 12. We have a very large contingency of festivities planned. We're inviting all of our community partners. Our city departments will be there as part of our municipal fair. And we also be concluding with a town hall that we are excited to host at the Central Fire Station starting at 10 a.m. on Saturday morning. We look forward to having everybody present. And last but not least, our Senior Safety Summit that we'll be having. Looks like the date might be wrong. It says Monday, but I think Friday is the 26th. So I apologize for that. We'll get that corrected. But we are excited to be hosting this. We will be hosting all of the seniors that we intend to have for the Senior Safety Summit. As part of that camera program, we're going to invite all of to come visit with us. We have some folks coming from Amico to talk to them about fraud and the possibilities of not falling prey to some of those crimes that some folks prey on seniors on. And we're definitely excited on partnering with our police department, with Amico, to actually provide this event. So we're looking forward to more community gathering and as part of this community brunch as well. And that concludes our actual report. There will be some changes to that. I noticed we might have a location change. Mayor, I just got something right before this meeting. I wasn't able to attend, but it was already on the agenda, and I want to make sure that we will let all of our invited guests know if there is a change of location. We'll personally call them and make them all aware.
Okay, thank you. Let's move now to, before we go into executive session again tonight, item 10, requests and announcements. Request by mayor, council members of items to be placed on the future city council agendas and announcements on city events, community interests. Texas Government Code 551.415. Items of community interest includes expression of thanks, congratulations, condolences, information regarding holiday schedules, and honorary or salutatory recognition of a public official, public employee, or other citizen, except that a discussion regarding a change in the status of a person's public office, public employment is not an honorary or salutatory recognition. A reminder about an upcoming event organized or sponsored by the governing body, information regarding social ceremony, community event, organized or sponsored by the entity other than the governing body. Announcements involving an imminent threat, public health, safety of people, the municipality or county, risen after the posting of the agenda. This is also the area that the council has an opportunity for the good of the order to make public comments. So tonight, since there is not a Mrs. Allred, I believe we have to settle with a Mr. Ross to lead us out.
Okay. I will reiterate, May the 4th. Can't wait to see that. It's gonna be a blast. Voting has started. Be kind. Take a minute before you say something to people. Memorial Day, this is an early one, but Memorial Day, 6 o'clock, the VFW, we are going to do what's called a tolling of the bell ceremony. And we're going to read off the names of people that have died in foreign wars from the city of Marque. If you've never been to one, highly recommend it. It is probably one of the most tear-jerking, just emotional ceremonies you can ever be in a military situation. So please come out, 6 o'clock, Memorial Day at the VFW in the hall. We'll have it all set up and ready to go. That's all I have right now.
Thank you, James. Ms. Shanson.
I just want to thank everyone for participating in Stop the Violence this past week. It was a success as we made people aware of what has been happening in Marque with our crime rate going down as well, and making some of the pastors and some of the community members aware of our crime stats. And so this past week was very informative. It was very unifying. And most of all, the youth and young adults in our community thoroughly enjoyed it, so much so that they're interested in doing a midnight summer basketball league. So that has now become a brand within our city and a great place for our community to interact with our officers as well and to recruit. And so that for me is a highlight to see that change that has been happening. This past week, we lost a giant in the city of Texas City, and a giant to the city of Marque, and that is in the passing of Pastor D.N. Benford, who was a champion of the vote. In his honor, we're asking everyone to vote. Pastor Benford pastored the same church for 73 years. He is a civil rights icon, a legend. He is the longest serving pastor in the world. He's actually mentioned in the World Book of Guinness. So we are I'm saddened by that loss. He lived a very fruitful life up to the age of 94, and to his family, friends, and his church members of the Rising Star Missionary Baptist Church, our hearts go out to you. They have asked me to speak at his one of his homegoing services to represent the community, voices from the community on this coming Thursday. Thursday is the rehearsal. I'm sorry, Thursday is a musical, Friday's the Pastor's Bowl and then Saturday, unless you said there's a lot going on Saturday, his funeral would be Saturday as well. So just want to be in prayer for that. And also, I'm asking that we all pray for our city and our nation. I've always shared with you that our prayers can go places that our hands can't go. And it's important that we use the power that is in our hands, and that is the power of the vote. Just vote. It's your right, it's your birthright. Some of you have called and texted and have shared your concerns about our safety. And this is what I say to you. Vote. We're going to be okay. We are a city of great minds, of great intellect, integrity, and honor. And we are not going to let the actions of one or two or several be the epitome of who we are as a city. And so there's enough of us who are intelligent. There's enough of us who know how to stand strong to not let that be who we are as a city. Let's show who we are. Let's be kind. And thank you for that, Councilman Ross, about being kind to each other, because we're only responsible for what we do. But I do want to say to this council, thank you for all of your encouraging words, your uplift, and to our staff, thank you so much for everything that you've done. And what we're going to do is stay focused and keep a smile on our face. And remember, it's sunny in Lamarque. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Great. I want to express my condolences to the Pastor Bedford's family. He was always a gentleman. He was always there, available to many groups that I serve on the board on, Red Cross, Catholic Charities, Community Action Council, in terms of disaster response, opening up the church, being available to facilitate meetings, and he'll be sadly missed. He was one of those people who just couldn't. Sometimes I got concerned when he was driving his van around, but you could never stop him.
Yeah.
And that's the way I want to go out.
Yeah.
Just, he's still out there. Just watch out with his driving. And so my sympathies to Pat Benford. I also want to express my sympathies to the family of Marque Chevalier. He lost his father. Marque is one of the partners over at Lindbarger and Grogan and Blair and Sampson. And certainly he's had the pleasure of working with him on other groups as well too. I want to thank city manager and staff that were involved in putting together the charm training that occurred here. It was an outstanding presentation. It engaged us all. I know Mr. Osteen was there, and it was a learning experience. I think Hitchcock is going to have it this week, right?
I believe they're going to try to have one in the coming weeks. We're pending their invitation. They asked us to join them at theirs.
Yeah.
They were a special invited guest. They wanted to see how we did ours and wanted to also participate in such a workshop.
He was with my group, and then the Dickinson representative was also there.
Yes,
we all learned. Perhaps there'll be another one coming up on that side too. And finally, just as a word of note, termite season is going to start. Please be aware to turn out your outside lights. They love those lights, and let them go to the new street lights. Keep them far away from your home. And but if you need to spray them, my termite guy suggests all you need is some hairspray, and spraying them with hairspray will I guess it will kill them. They'll no longer be able to breathe or fly. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to also express my sympathy to the Rising Star Baptist Church on the passing of Pastor Benford, who meant so much to both of our communities and beyond, even Hitchcock and Dickinson and all over this county. So many families have been blessed by his leadership, by the church which he led. So many men and women have moved on to be productive members of society, made homes here and abroad. And our world is better because Pastor Benford graced our presence. Certainly, we'll do all in our power to participate in any and all events so that we can represent our community in the expression of gratitude, appreciation, and thanks for a wonderful, wonderful servant. I also wanted to say that it's sunny in Lamarque, but that the Safe City Initiative is still working. Sometime today in the middle of all of what we were doing, I believe 45 Now released an article that shared with us there were 14 arrests made in the city of Lamarque in conjunction with the Organized Crime Task Force. So the Organized Crime Task Force, which we are one of the biggest members, our city, our Lamarque Police Department is still doing their job. And I would just like to say that out of all of those members of that task force, I believe that the Lamarque Police Department is the best. I believe that we work the hardest. I believe that we are the most effective. And I'm excited about the progress that we are continuing to make. There are only 3 of them, 4 of them. Well, no, Chief Merriman's a firefighter. There are only 3 of them here tonight. And I say to all 3 of them, Cagnon, Anders, and the Chief Argon, thank you, thank you, thank you for all that you all do and for all that you all have done to keep us safe. We appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. Again, 14 arrests. Our city is fast on its way to being the safest city in Texas. I wanted to bring your attention also to a few things that we acted upon tonight before I share with you about this Marque site. Let's be mindful that we finally commissioned the Lamarque 2050 plan. Collaborate will lead us in developing this plan for the next 25 years of the city's existence. We also was awarded $5.2 million for this Emancipation Trail. It will provide, according to Mr. Garcia and Rick, over 1 mile of new sidewalk on Highway 3. And so our ability to move through our city in ways different than automobile is being bolstered. If you drive around, bike around, or even walk around our city, you will see sidewalks everywhere. And it's an effort to diversify our modes of transportation and to make life safer for our residents as we are pedestrians walking to and fro, or perhaps just walking for exercise. There was roughly a $900,000 stormwater plan grant that this council acted upon tonight so that we can have a comprehensive drainage plan. There was a $500,000 storm sewer project that this council acted upon tonight that will bolster our storm sewer project efforts off of the Wisteria Lane area, as well as a $2,500 library grant so that our young people can have access to more books and to more knowledge. Let's get to this Marque site. There's been a lot of talk about this toxic waste dump, this site that is going to apparently kill us all. Let me share with you what people that are smarter than myself, people that are from the EPA, what they have shared with all of us through their website. This site, this Marque site, started in 1959. 1959 was the date that it started. It started off as a styrene tar recycling facility. It recycled styrene tar, whatever that was, or whatever that is, from about 1959 to 1961. I was not born, but apparently Joe was, and Joe.
And I still don't know what it is.
And Joe told me that in 1961, Hurricane Carla made landfall in the Galveston County area, and we believe that that was the reason that the styrene tar recycling plant closed down. But in 1964, apparently that site became an industrial disposal facility, where they disposed of toxic liquids from about 1964 through 1968. So I still wasn't born yet. 1964 through 1968, it was an industrial disposal facility. And then the city of Lamarque passed an ordinance, the city council back then in 1968. James, you wasn't a part of that, was you? No, you wasn't. Just checking. James and I have served on the council a long time. And so the council passed an ordinance preventing the disposal of waste of those kind. And so that site was apparently immediately closed down. That site has not been in operation since 1968, according to the EPA. But in 1980, from 1980 through 1985, the EPA started to clean the site, not the city of Lamarque, not Galveston County. The Environmental Protection Agency from the years 1980 through 1985 removed 5 million gallons of wastewater. They removed 5 million gallons of wastewater, and they treated that wastewater. In 1995, this was 1985, they removed 5 million gallons of wastewater, treated it. In 1995, they built a slurry wall. I didn't know what that was, but a slurry wall is apparently a concrete wall that goes down in the ground so that it can prevent the transference of any liquids or any materials. And so they being the EPA, not the city of Lamarque or Galveston County, they built a slurry wall on that site, and they excavated materials from that site. And so they built a wall, and then they began to dig the dirt up. They built a wall, and then they began to dig the dirt up. And they got as much of the dirt up as they possibly could. And at the end of that, in 1997, they built a well. And that well was designed to take care of any possible and potential runoff. They removed the water, they treated the water, they put in a concrete wall, they dug up all the dirt, and they built a well so that if there was still any runoff, that runoff would flow to a well that they would check periodically. And so that work was completed in 1997. In 2012, all of this is on the EPA website, the EPA declared that site had achieved an anticipated reuse stage. I'll say it again. According to the EPA, in 2012, they declared that site had achieved an anticipated reuse designation. August the 24th, 2012, anticipated redevelopment status. And This site was also designated to be reviewed every 5 years. So once it reached that status, every 5 years thereafter, this site was designated to be reviewed. The last time that this site was reviewed was in July of 2022. So by all intents and purposes, according to my basic understanding, the EPA has been on top of this Modco site from 1980 through at least July of 2022. They have cleaned this site at least 2 times, built a well for any runoff, and declared that this site had achieved a status of anticipated development. So if anyone has any questions about whether or not we all are going to die or any other things that may be contemplated in this community, please go to the Environmental Protection Agency site. They can share with you everything they did to this site, and all of those things, all of those questions that you might have in your heart perhaps would be answered. Again, this is simply information. The point of all of this is to not necessarily listen to those things that are being said, but do your own research. Do your own research. Not that anybody is trying to mislead you, but I am sharing with you in these days and times. Always do your own research. It's been fun. It's been real, council. It's 8:22. And I believe we still have executive session, so we'll move then. If there's nothing further, Caesar, I did not allow you to share if you had some things that you might want to offer.
No, Mayor, just want to recognize this week as National Volunteer Week. I want to thank, as was mentioned before, members of all of our boards, member of all of our community groups, and all of our extensions through all of our MOUs and everybody else that partakes and serves our residents through direct involvement through our boards, or whether it's litter pickups or anything else. We're very appreciative and hope to recognize you during this entire week. Thank you.
Mhm.
Absolutely. Do you?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Ms. Yancey would like for me to also express condolences of the passing of a member of her district. We don't know her, forgive us, we don't know her first name, but it is Mr. Wayne Hopgood's mother. And Wayne is an elected official on our one of our drainage districts, DD2. Thank you for that, Caesar. And so definitely a constituent of Ms. Yancey, and she wanted to share condolences with that family. There's nothing else. Let's move now to executive session. City Council for the City of Lamarque reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during this meeting to discuss any of the matters listed above. It's authorized by the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberations about real property, 551.073, deliberations about gifts and donations, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, deliberations about security devices, 551.087, economic development. Tonight, we're going into executive session, 11-1-551.071, consultation with attorney, R.E. Gilbreth and Company versus the City of Lamarque and Lamarque Board of Adjustment, cause number 23-CV-2307 in the 10th District Court of Galveston County. We will recess the regular meeting at
8:25.
8:25, and we will enter executive session at 8:25. Good evening. We have returned back from executive session at
8:44.
8:44. Council, are we seeking to take action tonight or no?
Not at this time.
Not at this time. There will be no action taken as a result of our executive session. Let's move to adjournment. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.